リカの研究所で不天獣って硬直されとる。そのものが生きておる関連しているアメリカの研究所じゃ不天獣で硬直されとる。やっとわかった。キノコには人類の役に立つなんて発想はないの。だから助けに行くわ。タケコちゃんの意志はデータの檻には入らない。報酬一つで十分なの、それさえあれば。風が吹けば森に帰れる。感電しながらあなたはメモリーになるの。でもね、私たちはもうネットの奥で芽吹いてはタケコちゃんが行方不明のタケコちゃんだけじゃなくしいたけもやるわ神隠しみたいの子がインアーチしてるの。
ちょっとしてエイリアンアブダクション生態実現されちゃうの。いいお出汁は出るけどね、あれはグラニルスもう解決済みのわずでしょ。会話をしなくだってわかるよね。
タケコちゃんどこにいるの？
お前のことを仕立てて舐めるニーズを判断するためにな。わからぬことはネッキンに聞けネッキンは常に正しい道を示すようはネッキンでも夜中に主眼を駆け抜けて見るのは芸術とは君の夢。網はけ人の下にあまねこはイエスエレメンテゴの生きておる生きておるアメリカの研究室でこう試される電流で記憶を書き換えられておる。お前の言葉を仕立て舐めるのなったを食うためにな。わからぬことは年金に聞け年金は常に正しい道が示す。
そのものは生きておる感電しておるアメリカの研究所不天獣で硬直されとる。そのものは生きておる関連しておるアメリカの研究所じゃ不天獣で硬直されとる。キノコには人類の役に立つなんて発想はないの。だから助けに行くわ。タケコちゃんの意 意思はデータの檻には入らない。報酬一つで十分なの、それさえあれば。風が吹けば森に帰れる。感電しながらあなたはメモリーになるの。でもね、私たちはもうネットの奥で芽吹いてる。たけこちゃんが行方不明のたけこちゃんだけじゃなく、しいたけもねは神隠しみたいの子がインタッチしてるの。
ちょっとしてエイリアンアブダクション、世界実現されちゃうの。いいお出汁は出るけどね、あれはグーニルズもう解決済みのわずでしょ。会話をしなくたってわかるよね。
たけこちゃんどこにいるの？
お前のことを下でて舐めるニーズを判断するためにな。わからぬことはネッキンに聞けネッキンを常に正しい道を示すようはネッキンでも夜中に主眼を駆け抜けて見るのは芸人とは空の夢。髪は芸人と下にあまねこはエースエレメンテゴのできておる生きておるアメリカの研究室でゴータムされる電流で記憶を書き換えられておる。お前の言葉を下で舐めるのなったを食うためにな。わからぬことは年金に聞け年金は常に正しい道が示す。
そのものは生きておる、感電しておるアメリカの研究所。不電流で膠着されとる。そのものは生きておる、感電しておるアメリカの研究所じゃ。不電流で膠着されとる。先生のヒントやっとわかった。キノコには人類の役に立つなんて発想はないの。だから助けに行くわ。たけこちゃんの意思はデータの檻には入らない。報酬一つで十分なの、それさえあれば。風が吹けば森に帰れる。感電しながらあなたはメモリーになるの。でもね、私たちはもうネットの奥で芽吹いてる。 コンビニの明かり深夜の街光るスマホにすがる日々夢を持てって誰かの声でも冷え切った部屋には届かない働けど暮らしは楽にならない気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ教えてよ心だけで生きてゆけるの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来を人波の中歩く日常立ち止まる暇なんてない人毎日同じ景色に溶けるけれどどこかに光はあるのかな忘れられたよね遠くの空見上げる一瞬目に焼き付けたとえ一人でも歩き続けるその先に何かが待っているの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来コンビニの明かり深夜の街光るスマホにすがる日々夢を持てって誰かの声でも冷え切った部屋には届かない働けど暮らしは楽にならない気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ教えてよ心だけで生きてゆけるの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来を人波の中歩く日常立ち止まる暇なんてない人毎日同じ景色に溶けるけれどどこかに光はあるのかな忘れられたよね遠くの空見上げる一瞬目に焼き付けたとえ一人でも歩き続けるその先に何かが待っているの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来を
Okay, Mandy, so I think I've worked this out. So you're deaf?
Yes, I lost all my hearing when I was 18 years old.
Wow. And how old are you now?
29. So it's 10 years.
Wow. And Mandy, how did you lose your hearing, if you don't mind me asking?
I have a connective tissue disorder, so basically I got sick and my nerves deteriorated.
Growing up, the only thing I wanted to do was sing. I ended up going to school for vocal music education so that
Check this. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, respected speakers, and dear participants. Welcome to the International Conference on Collaborative Technologies, CollabTech Indonesia 2025. My name is Gina Mahdia Ramdhani, and I'm honored to be your host throughout today's program. To begin our event, we will watch the safety induction video.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Ilmu Pengetahuan Budaya Universitas Indonesia. Sesuai dengan persyaratan K3 yang berlaku di Universitas Indonesia, kami dari Unit Pelayanan K3L FIB UI akan menyampaikan induksi keselamatan. Saat ini, kita sedang berada di Auditorium Gedung 9 FIB UI. Penting untuk kita mengetahui prosedur evakuasi apabila terjadi keadaan darurat. Ruangan ini menggunakan dua pintu utama yang terletak di sisi kanan dan kiri Anda. Ruangan ini juga dilengkapi dengan alat pemadam api ringan atau APAR yang terletak di setiap sudut ruangan. Apabila terjadi kebakaran, Anda diharapkan untuk tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Segera keluar melalui pintu darurat yang terletak di bagian belakang ruangan menuju titik berkumpul. Titik berkumpul berada di lapangan samping kanan gedung di mana kita berada saat ini. Apabila terjadi gempa bumi, segera berlutut dan lindungi kepala Anda dengan meja ataupun kursi di dekat Anda, lalu tunggu hingga keadaan telah kondusif. Anda juga dapat menghubungi nomor darurat UI di nomor 14001. Demikian induksi keselamatan ini kami sampaikan. Jangan lupa untuk selalu utamakan keselamatan dan kesehatan diri Anda. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda dan selamat beraktivitas.
Indonesia Raya. We would like to invite Miss Avril as the conductor, and everyone please stand. Now, to officially open our conference, we will hear some welcoming remarks. First, may I invite our CollabTech General Chair, represented by Dr. Tamara Adriani Salim, to deliver the opening speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Ohayo gozaimasu. Honored guests, colleagues, friends from all around the world. Welcome to the 31st International Conference on Collaboration Technologies and Social Computing 2025. It is a privilege to gather such a diverse and talented community, researchers, professors, and students, united by a shared purpose to rethink how people work, learn, and collaborate in an increasingly connected world. Today, collaboration technology is more than tools and platforms. It shapes how we share knowledge, build trust across distances, and solve complex global challenges. From remote teams and blended classrooms to interdisciplinary research consortia and crisis response networks, the systems we design determine whether collaboration is frictionless, inclusive, and resilient, or fragmented and inequitable. Over the next 2 days, we will explore advances in human-centered design, AI-enabled cooperation, privacy-preserving sharing, cross-cultural workflow practices, and scalable infrastructure. We will examine not only what technology can do, but it should be deployed to empower people, elevate diverse voices, and uphold ethical standards. I encourage you to engage boldly, exchange ideas, challenge assumptions, form new partnerships, and translate insight into practical solutions. Let this conference be a space where theory meets practice, where novel research finds application, and where collective imagination sparks lasting impact. Lastly, on behalf of the General Chair, I would like to extend my apologies for any inconvenience that may have arisen during the conference process. I sincerely wish that you all have a wonderful time in Indonesia as well. Thank you for joining us. I look forward to the conversation and collaborations that will shape the future of how we work together. Welcome. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Dr. Tamara Adriani Salim. And next, I would like to invite our program chair, represented by Professor Hari Budi Santoso. Please come to the stage.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Selamat pagi, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, students, and friends. Welcome to CollabTech 2025, the 31st International Conference on Collaboration Technologies and Social Computing, held here at the University of Indonesia in Jakarta, Indonesia. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome all participants, including some of you who have traveled from different parts of the world, especially our colleagues from Japan. Welcome to Indonesia. And ladies and gentlemen, CollabTech has always been a great place, a great event, a great conference for researchers who have passions in exploring how technologies can be used to enhance how we collaborate and how we communicate. the theme of this year CollabTech is Humanities in Digital Collaboration. It reflects the necessity to be aware of the human aspect in using the technology. And out of 50 submissions, we have 12 full paper and 8 soft paper were carefully reviewed and selected to be presented in 4 sessions, tomorrow, today and tomorrow. And this paper have been successfully published in Lecture Notes in Computer Science by Springer. So what does it mean? It means it reflects the quality of the work from the authors and the researchers. And we are especially proud that CollabTech 2025 marks the first time it held in Jakarta, Indonesia, a country and region with rich cultural diversity, creativity, and digital transformation. On behalf of the program chair, I would like to express sincere gratitude to all authors, reviewers, and also organizing committee whose hard work and dedication have been made this conference possible. I would also like to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Ade Virakun, the Director of Machine Learning and Computer Vision at Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia, and also all participants of this conference. Let us take this opportunity not only to share the research, but also to build meaningful collaboration, and also ideas that will shape how the technology can shape the way we communicate and collaborate. Once again, welcome to CollabTech 2025 and enjoy the conference. Terima kasih, thank you, arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you to Professor Haribudi Santoso. Now, before we proceed to the next agenda, let's take a moment for documentation and group photo. I would like to invite the publication to invite Mr. Suli Sandiwarno as the moderator to introduce our keynote speaker and lead this keynote talk session. Please welcome Mr. Suli Sandiwarno with a warm round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, and lecturers. Welcome to the 31st International Conference on Collaboration Technologies and Social Computing, CollabTech 2025. We are honored to gather today to explore innovative insight under this theme, Humanities in Digital Collaboration. This conference is a collaborative effort with the leading universities and supported by prominent academic partners. We hope today's program will spark new ideas and meaningful academic connection. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Devi Rakun, Master of Science. Dr. Devi Rakun, Master of Science, is the head of Machine Learning and Computer Vision Lab, Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia. Her outstanding research spans machine learning, artificial intelligence, and computer vision, particularly focusing on sign language translation system that integrate multiple branches of computer science to support inclusivity in communication. Please, Dr. Devi Rakun, Master of Science, to deliver the keynote speech with the title Integrating Different Branches of Computer Science to Develop Sign Language Translation System. Dr. Devi, this is your time.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to share my journey in developing, my research journey in developing sign language translation system. Please, the slide, please. Okay. So the discussion today or the presentation will be divided into four topics: the introduction, and then initial challenges that I face and the solution that we made, and then next challenges, and then collaboration that I did with many knowledge in computer science and outside of computer science. So the first thing when I tell people about my research, the question will raise, is there any member of your family with hearing impairment? So that's the common question I receive. But actually I don't have any. But the message that I want to say is you don't need to be directly affected in order to offer help. Okay, so what we need is the willingness to care and to help other people with our knowledge. The first one is how we introduce ourselves to the domain that we are interested. This is one of the moments that triggered me to start my research in sign language. Tolong suaranya, Ndi. Ini potongan cerita dari American Got Talent. Yang menyanyi ini seorang yang tuli, jadi dia tidak.
I lost all my hearing when I was 18 years old.
Wow, and how old are you now?
29, so it's 10 years.
Wow. And Mandy, how did you lose your hearing, if you don't mind me asking?
I have a connective tissue disorder, so basically I got sick and my nerves deteriorated.
Growing up, the only thing I wanted to do was sing. I ended up going to school for vocal music education so that I could have that be my life. When I was in college, I thought I had an ear infection, and it just got worse and worse. And by Christmas, I was borderline legally deaf in both ears. There was one day where the teacher was going to play the piano, and I had to chart out everything that he was playing. And I had my pencil ready, and everybody else's pencils start moving, and I'm just waiting for the test to start. And then one by one, every person just got up and left the room. And I didn't hear enough to even start the test. That was the last day I was a part of music program. It was a bad day.
We were sitting in the car together to come home. She said, "Dad, I can't remember what your voice sounds like anymore." At that moment, you knew that things would never be the same.
Everything that I had ever wanted was just going away, and I couldn't stop it.
The music is alive inside of her. The only question was, what could she do with it now?
My dad suggested that we play a song. I said, well, that's crazy, but I had a guitar tuner, and I hummed my starting note and just went for it. Music now isn't about the sound, it's about the feeling. I'm excited, I'm nervous, I'm scared, so I'm just trying to... It's not the dream that I always had. That's okay, because I showed up, and I did something I never believed I could do.
So, you were singing before you lost your hearing?
Yeah, I've been singing since I was 4. So I left music after I lost my hearing and then figured out how to get back into singing with muscle memory, using visual tuners and trusting my pitch.
So your shoes are off because you're feeling the vibration. Is that how you're following the music?
Yeah, I'm feeling the tempo, the beat through the floor.
And Mandy, what are you going to sing?
I'm gonna sing a song that I wrote called Try.
Okay, can you tell me what it's about?
After I lost my hearing, I gave up, but I want to do more with my life than just give up. So.
Good for you. Good for you. Okay, well, look, this is your moment, and good luck.
Okay.
skin to get the rhythm. So from here, the conclusion is there can be tools to help them, and then you can replace the sound in different format. And then later on, I learned that in communication, total communication, you only lost one sense, but you still have other senses that can be used to replace that information. So that's the things that trigger me, so I can do something to help them. So to have a long journey, so I start this journey since 2013, since more than 10 years. I need something inside me to drive me to be able to do it for a long time until I can produce something good for them. So I built the empathy by asking 2 questions. What does it feel to be in that position? So I can imagine what they feel. So for sure it is silence. I cannot share. Everything is so quiet, silence, and then it is not physically noticeable. I'm not like a blind people. So everybody knows that I'm blind and freely willing to help, and I'm not in the wheelchair, so nobody noticed I cannot walk. But for the deaf, they didn't recognize it until they talk. Okay? And then there are insufficient facilities for people who are deaf or hard of hearing. That's the condition. So what is the consequences? That I have to go to a special school. I cannot go to a normal school. And then I will feel frustration, the frustration that I cannot communicate. So I imagine I am in a new country that I cannot understand the language, I cannot read the signs, so how should I convey the message? Sometimes this really feel the frustration, you can feel it by imagining what will happen to them. And then loss of hearing also produce pure language skill. They're not easily reading text, it's not easy for them. And then the ability to catch the language also missing for them. And also, they are not alert if there is something dangerous, if the alarm is in the term of sound. Okay. So this is the consequences, building the empathy inside myself. So I try to identify what is the problem that I can help. So the source is the inability to hear, then I have to communicate through sign language, but unfortunately only a few individuals master in sign language. This is resulting communication difficulties and live in an environment that is exclusive. And then also because I need sign language as a form of communication, there are limited sources of information. Okay, from here I try to ask question, how can I help? This is the solution that I offer, is to build a bridge of communication. That's my target. So I have to go to the sources that really know about this sign language. Resources is coming from School for Special Needs, Santi Rama for Sign Language CB, and then from this lab in this faculty for Bisindo. For information, in Indonesia there are 2 sign languages. CB stand for Indonesian System for Sign System for Indonesian Language, and Bisindo is Indonesian Sign Language. So there are 2, there's 2 sign languages that focus of my research. But in the beginning, I start with CB. So I built a roadmap before I really tried the research. So what the first question that raised is what am I going to do? So the answer is I will build 2 applications, from gesture to text, and the other one is text to gesture. The next question is, why do I have to do it? It's because I want to build two-way communication bridge. And then the next one, how am I going to do it? So I have to learn the problem domain. I have to know the sign language, and then problem that they face, and the technologies is I'm from computer science, then I will try to find available technology in computer science that can solve that problems. That's the roadmap that I start in the beginning of my journey. So right now I move to learning in deep why, how the structure and how the gesture and so on. So this is the first thing I did is for CB. CB is actually like Indonesian grammar. The sentences is according to Indonesian grammar, and then they make it a sign or gesture for every word in that sentence. The gesture is divided into two groups, the word gesture and finger gesture. The finger gesture is to represent alphabet and numbers. Name will be finger spelling using alphabet, and numbers also using finger. Also words that are not in the dictionary, they will finger spelling every word in that, every letter in that word. So the other one is about word gesture. There are root word, and then affixes, prefix, suffix, and infix, particles also, and then derived word gesture. There is inflectional or kata berimbuhan di bahasa Indonesia, and then repeated words. In Indonesian, usually for a plural, they use repeated, like anak is for child, children is anak-anak. So they have a sign for that. And then compound words is two words, they combine it, become a new meaning, like rumah and sakit and rumah sakit. Yeah. And then this is the structure of sign language in CB. And then I try to implement that structure into a sentence. This is all in Indonesian, but the meaning is Djokovic was defeated by the world number 25 in the semifinals 2019 Miami Open. Why I choose this sentence? Because it's composed of every word in that structure. So from here I learned that, for example, name Djokovic and Miami will be finger spelling. Numbers 25 2019 will be finger spelling. Each numbers of it, and then they have pattern how to represent number, thousand, hundreds, and so on. So another one is this interesting one is the inflectional word, which is in this case disingkirkan, to be defeated in English. It consists of prefix di, and then the root word singkir and the suffix kan. So they will separate this one word into three components, the prefix, root word, and suffix. So I learned how this is how to build or to understand the gesture. The next one that I have to learn is what is a gesture, because I have to recognize that gesture. So gesture is a sequence of hand movements and hand shape with a specific meaning. They have a unique meaning for it. So that's the definition, and then I have to bring that definition into my domain in computer science. I replace the definition using a spatial and temporal sequence recognition. So there is a place and time about that hand that represent a meaning. So from here, I start understanding I have to attack from the point of view sequence learning. So computer science is a field so big that I have to reduce or aiming to a certain direction in order to solve the problem. The next one is the initial challenge. That's the introduction. I move to the second topics about initial challenges and then the solution for gesture to text. The initial challenge for gesture to text is to be able to recognize or differentiate from one gesture through the other gesture. That's the purpose, the challenge. How am I going to do it? And then I also try to find the characteristic of gesture. There are so many variables to consider. For example, the point of all your fingers, where you put your hands and so on relative to your body and so on. So there are many things that I have to consider to be able to recognize each gesture correctly. The second thing is the high level of uncertainty. If you want to make a gesture in one sentence, you have to know every word of in that sentence, the gesture of every word. But in addition to that, they add the connection from one word to another word with transitional gesture. This gesture doesn't have meaning, but make the movement is smooth, and then the gesture become like one unit from the beginning of the sentence until the end of the sentence. This uncertainty because the transitional gesture connect two words, and there are so many possible words that they can combine. They connected many different possibility of words. There are uncertainty. So I try to find the models in computer science that fit these two characteristics, which is many variables that I have to consider, and then high level uncertainty. I do research for some times for this, and then luckily I found a model, we call it probabilistic graphical model. In here there is hidden Markov model, CRF, LSTM, and GRU with this characteristic of sign language. So I know that I have to use that models, and then I compare it which one is the best. In order to do that, because this is so complex, I didn't do it straightforward, but I do approach divide and conquer. I start from a small portion, which is alphabet, and then after that I move recognize root word, inflectional words, and at the end I start to be able to recognize sentence. That's the approach that I took. And then after I know what I'm going to do, I try to continue it to make an application. For this, I designed this step, and then I registered it as a patent for this application. So what we have to do is to use a mobile apps, record the person to make the gesture, and then separate that video into frames, take a feature extraction for each frame, and then after that I remove all the transitional gesture, and after that I recognize every word using the recognition or classification model. That's not the end, and after I know the word, the output in the screen of mobile app should be in a full sentence according to Indonesian grammar. So for example, I have prefix me, and then root word sapu, then after I recognize them, when I want to display it, it becomes menyapu. Something like that is the last process before I display it on the screen of mobile apps. That's the complexity of this application. Next, I move to text to gesture. This is another domain, really different from gesture to text. I approach using deep learning, machine learning. That's in that side. But for text to gesture is another topic. It is about animation. It is about parsing, about many things. It's more NLP, natural language processing, different knowledge. So the challenge in here, because I want to make an animation, if people type the text and then the output will be the animation of that sentence. So I have to have a database of each gesture, all the gesture in the dictionary. That's the first challenge. The second challenge is how to translate Indonesian text to gloss. Gloss is meaning is when a word associated with a gesture, we call it a gloss. So like Djokovic and so on. So I have that's the parsing is like that's the gloss that we have to recognize. That's the challenge. So in order to answer the challenge, I have to record all gestures using a sensor attached to the finger. So recording every is labor intensive also because I have to do cleansing and everything to make sure that you can do the animation correctly. After that, I finish with building the animation for hand. I show it to the students in Santirama, and then they said, can you add mouth movement also? Because we need both information, hand and mouth. Okay, there's another topic of research again, how to make a mouth movement according to the words in the sentence. I try visual phoneme and syllable and test to them, and then they prefer to make it according to syllable instead of visual phoneme. Okay, finish two things. The next thing that I have to do is how to synchronize between hand and mouth, because they have to start and end at the same time. So that's another challenge to do the synchronization between hand and mouth movement. This is the system I built as also mobile apps for this. So the right part or left part is the parser for hand movement. The right part is for the mouth movement according to its syllables in the word in the sentence, and then do synchronization. This is the application. You can download it in mobile apps as Android and iOS. This is the name text to gesture in CB. I haven't done with, haven't finished for Bisindo. So this is, I did it for CB. So in order to do it, before I launch it, I went to the students and asked their feedback. So their feedback is about this. Also there is, because it is all the words in the dictionary, said please add also the instruction how to make the hand gesture for every word in the dictionary. So I added the definition how to make the gesture, for example in here about magazine. So I make it like this. So this is the application. And then they ask some more option for the application. Can you rotate the animations, 3D animation, to the left, to the right? Because for us, the deaf people, in order to learn, you have to see it from the front, from the left, from the right, in order to really understand the hand shape. So I add the capability, and then I show it again to them, and then they said, can you put also the sentence on top of the animation, so we know this is a gesture related to which a word in the sentence, and please highlight it. So it's like karaoke. So I added again something like that on top of it. And then there's another feedback. Can you zoom in, zoom out? Because we won't really know how the finger shape. So I add again another option in the applications. Okay, and then they finally happy with this one, and then I deploy it in Android and iOS. The next things, I got the feedback and I want to improve. So I asked, can you give me a feedback after this application finish? And then the feedback for the user is really useful. And then I want to use it forever, that the students. And then the touch also that with this application, I can have a new friends, and then I can teach them how to do sign. That's the things. And then somebody also said, oh, this is so good because this is like digital library. So I don't have to bring all the dictionary with me, just use this application. It's already included all the sign in the dictionary in this application. But the last things is the one really touched me. One day, a mother with 2 sons come to me and then he said, thank you for this application. I have 2 sons. One is Down syndrome. The other one is autism that cannot talk, but they can hear. But they use this application in order to communicate between this mother and 2 sons. So this is opening a way that I can communicate with my sons, that said that mother. In that moment, I like freeze. The application that I built intentionally for the translation from text to gesture, actually it become more than that. It can become dictionary, it can become communication tools for those who cannot speak, although they can hear, something beyond my expectation actually. Okay. Lesson learned, if you do it properly, most probably it will be useful more than you are expect. Okay. The next challenge is how for gesture to text is how to reduce the response time. In the patent that I show you, there's so many process in the application. It takes so long, like 1 sentence in the beginning. For 1 sentence, the response time like 7 seconds. It's too long, waiting the result for 7 seconds. So I try to use GPU and so on, many things, and end up 2 seconds right now for the response time. But it's not only that, and then I have to start making the one for Bisindo. And Bisindo create, is a natural language. Bisindo is developed by the deaf, so they didn't follow the grammar, Indonesian grammar, easy to use for them, but it's really difficult for us to make the system for it. So for example, about verb agreement, recognize the word. So let me give me an example to do a sign about sending a letter. So they will start by telling this is about letter. And then if I make it movement like this, it means I send the letter from me to you. If like this, it means the letter coming from you to me. If I do it like this, I send you to you all. So the word is sent, but there are movements that I have also to understand or to catch what is really meaning in order to translate. So that's another challenge that I have to do for Bisindo. This case doesn't occur for CB. And then computer science is a field that really moves so fast. Yeah, it is 10 years ago, I started 2013, and then there are so many development. So right now, they are more toward deep learning. So I have to also catch up with the technology in order to make a better performance to the application. That's the challenge. And then once you move to a deep learning, you need a lot of data. Then we don't have it. Indonesia doesn't have any data, enough data for sign language. So right now, one of the research that I do is making the data set for sign languages, both CB and Bisindo, and we derive it from the news. Usually there is an interpreter like the one in the morning about safety, there is an interpreter. So I use that source as to build the data set. So the data set will consist of the speech, and then the text, the video of the interpreter, and the glossa. So I have to ask Santirama and LRBI to translate what glossa that is performed by the interpreter. So that will be the output. I got BRIN also funding for this one. For text to gesture is another challenge, which is how, when you finish with an application text to gesture, what next? And then when the COVID-19 happened, and then these deaf students is the most bad impact for them. They cannot meet. All the information is all in terms of video. So I come up an idea to make a subtitle of a video in terms of sign language. That's the things that we develop right now. But at that time, I translate every word in a video. I have a 12 video about learning materials, and I test it. The feedback is too fast, because at that time, what I did is I translate every word they say. If the word doesn't occur in the dictionary, and then they will finger spelling that word. It's so fast. And then I sit in the class in SLB Santirama to know what the teacher do in order to convey the message to the students. And it is surprisingly, they do summarization. They didn't do every word. They just take the important information from a paragraph, and then that's the word that they convey it to the students. And then the other things, they also do the changing the word, like using a thesaurus. They will try to, if they find a word, and then they will convert it with the word similar meaning that available in the dictionary. So in order to reduce finger spelling of the word that are not in the dictionary. So there's another topic of research that I have to do, both summarization and changing the word, push the word to use the word in the dictionary. So that's number 2, how to make a good sentence to gloss translation technique. And then we also improve our text to gesture into speech to gesture. We add one more step in front from speech to text, and then we can continue using the available system. Okay, the last 2 slides about the collaboration. So this is all the fields that in computer science that involve in this research. All of them involve, for example, animation for sure, because we need to do animation, computer system. When you try to make a subtitle, you are using API, then you have to know how to make an API, put it in the like in Scale right now, put that option in Scale. Is you have to know the computer system behind it, speech processing in order to be able to translate speech to text and also text to speech. NLP, natural language processing, and then mobile apps, machine learning and deep learning, computer vision, large language model also right now. Be one of the focus of my research, and for UI UX, since you are make application output for this research. The last thing is collaboration between disciplines, collaboration with SLB Santirama School for Special Needs, Laboratorium Research Bahasa Isyarat, LRBI, from this faculty for BISINDO, University for Multimedia for the animation. Okay, that's all that I want to convey. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for Dr. Devi. This is the material I think is very interesting. Okay, so excuse me, doctor, I have one question. So my question is, in the figure you show to us, you are using the feature extraction techniques, right? Feature extraction technique. So which kind of feature extraction technique, like BERT or transformer or something else? Maybe you can explain to us, maybe. Thank you.
Okay. For feature extraction, we developed along the way. In the beginning, I used two features, the skeleton to know the movement. So I have to transfer all the hands into skeleton to know all the position, finger position, and then also the hand shape. In sign language, you can have the same hand shape, but different location have a different meaning. For something like this, a K, so if you put in front like this, it means color yellow. But if the in here is uncle, so I have to know the position. So that's the first approach in the early 2013 to 15. And then another technology come up like mobile apps. You can do a model to get the information. And then it's moved right now with help of deep learning and so on. And so they can extract the important by giving, teach them which important and then put a label on it. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Edevi. We now open the floor for answer a question. If you have a question, please raise your hand or approach the microphone and kindly introduce yourself before speaking. Please, any question? Yes.
Thank you so much for the brilliant presentation. And, this is Yuya from Waseda University, Japan. And I'm really excited to hear your research journey about the topic, the gesture and the text translation. And I have one simple question. I think, nevertheless, in the language communication, using language communication, the communication style is absolutely different depending on the situation, such as one-to-one communication or one-to-multiple people communication and then multiple-to-multiple communication and so on. So in this kind of situation, I would like to know your opinion, whether the translation framework of the gesture translation will be changed or not in the situation, one-to-one communication, one-to-multiple communication, and so on. That is my question. Thank you so much.
Okay, so actually at the beginning I want to do it like one-to-one communication, but the system is two different approach. So I cannot combine these two applications. One way to do it is make it yeah, it's one of the things that we want to do, but actually we cannot do it because there's two different applications, and one application is already takes 7 minutes and 7 seconds. So I said, I cannot do it in one system. It will be too long, too expensive, and then you need a powerful handphone to do it, something like that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in this kind of multiple communication, so yeah, I would like to change our information in the future. Thank you so much.
Okay, so actually when I'm built in, there are so many things that I try. For example, using cloud computing, and then also expensive because you have to send it and then process there and then send it back. But at the end, or we have to make it in the mobile. So luckily that the mobile techniques also moving faster and faster with a smaller processor. So luckily when 2015 I start to make the application animation, it's doable to do it in the mobile. Okay, welcome.
Any else for the question? Okay, thank you for the excellent question and the answer from Dr. Edevi. And once again, we extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Edevi Rakun for the valuable keynotes. Now, I would like to hand the session back to our Master of Ceremony to continue with the next agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Suli Sandiwarna, to lead the session, and Dr. Erda Virakun for your insightful and inspiring keynote session. Your perspective have set a strong foundation for the discussion that will follow throughout this conference. Okay, next we will present a certificate to Dr. Erda Virakun, and it will be given by Professor Hari Budi Santoso. To Professor Hari Budi Santoso, I invite you to come to the stage. Okay, thank you. Please back to your seats. We will now take a short break to continue our exploration in the poster session and coffee break. Ladies and gentlemen, please take this opportunity to explore the poster presentation and enjoy some refreshment. This session features contribution from both international and Indonesian researchers showcasing their latest work in collaborative learning and technology. We will reconvene in this auditorium at 11 a.m. for the first presentation session. Thank you and please enjoy the break.
夢を持てって誰かの声でも冷え切った部屋には届かない働けど暮らしは楽にならない気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ教えてよ心だけで生きてゆけるの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来を人波の中歩く日常立ち止まる暇なんてない人毎日同じ景色に溶けるけれどどこかに光はあるのかな忘れられた夢遠くの空見上げる一瞬目に焼き付けたとえ一人でも歩き続けるその先に何かが待っているの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来コンビニの明かり深夜の街光るスマホにすがる日々夢を持てって誰かの声でも冷え切った部屋には届かない働けど暮らしは楽にならない気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ教えてよ心だけで生きてゆけるの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来人波の中歩く日常立ち止まる暇なんてない人毎日同じ景色に溶けるけれどどこかに光はあるのかな忘れられた夢遠くの空見上げる一瞬目に焼き付けたとえ一人でも歩き続けるその先に何かが待っているの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来を コンビニの明かり、深夜の街、光るスマホにすがる日々。夢を持てって誰かの声、でも冷え切った部屋には届かない。働けど暮らしは楽にならない。気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど、花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ。教えてよ、心だけで生きてゆけるの？時々涙がこぼれ落ちる。誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅、夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ、光が見える未来を。人波の中歩く日常、立ち止まる暇なんてない人毎日同じ景色に溶けるけれど、どこかに光はあるのかな。忘れられた夢、遠くの空見上げる一瞬、目に焼き付け、たとえ一人でも歩き続ける、その先に何かが待っているの。時々涙がこぼれ落ちる。誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅、夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ、光が見える未来コンビニの明かり、深夜の街、光るスマホにすがる日々。夢を持てって誰かの声、でも冷え切った部屋には届かない。働けど暮らしは楽にならない。気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど、花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ。教えてよ、心だけで生きてゆけるの？時々涙がこぼれ落ちる。誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅、夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ、光が見える未来人波の中歩く日常、立ち止まる暇なんてない人毎日同じ景色に溶けるけれど、どこかに光はあるのかな。忘れられた夢、遠くの空見上げる一瞬、目に焼き付け、たとえ一人でも歩き続ける、その先に何かが待っているの。時々涙がこぼれ落ちる。誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅、夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ、光が見える未来を。 コンビニの明かり、深夜の街、光るスマホにすがる日々。夢を持てって誰かの声でも冷え切った部屋には届かない働けど暮らしは楽にならない気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ教えてよ心だけで生きてゆけるの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来を人波の中歩く日常立ち止まる暇なんてない人毎日同じ景色に溶けるけれどどこかに光はあるのかな忘れられた夢遠くの空見上げる一瞬目に焼き付けたとえ一人でも歩き続けるその先に何かが待っているの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来をコンビニの明かり深夜の街光るスマホにすがる日々夢を持てって誰かの声でも冷え切った部屋には届かない働けど暮らしは楽にならない気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ教えてよ心だけで生きてゆけるの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来を人波の中歩く日常立ち止まる暇なんてない人毎日同じ景色に溶けるけれどどこかに光はあるのかな忘れられた夢遠くの空見上げる一瞬目に焼き付けたとえ一人でも歩き続けるその先に何かが待っているの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来を コンビニの明かり深夜の街光るスマホにすがる日々夢を持てって誰かの声でも冷え切った部屋には届かない働けど暮らしは楽にならない気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ教えてよ心だけで生きてゆけるの時々涙がこぼれ落ちる誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ光が見える未来を出会いをのようへおいおい前来をのようへお友達のしいたけこちゃんがFF メロたけこちゃんだけじゃなくしいたけもでは神隠しみたいの子がインアーチしてるの
ちょっとしてエイリアンアブダクション生態実現されちゃうのいいお出汁は出るけどねあれはグアニルスもう解決済みのわずでしょ会話をしなくたってわかるよね
たけこちゃんどこにいるの
お前のことを下でで舐めるニーズを判断するためにな分からぬことは年金に聞け年金は常に正しい道を示すよはネッキングネッキングも夜中に主眼を駆け抜けて見るのは気にとは君の夢髪はきちんと下にあまねくわりすエレメンテゴのできておる生きておる謎目受けの研究室でこう試される電流で記憶を書き換えられておるお前の言葉を下で舐めるなんたを食うためになおまかなことは年金に聞け年金は常に正しい道が示す
そのものは生きておる感電しておるアメリカの研究して不天流で膠着されとるそのものは生きておる感電しておるアメリカの研究所じゃ不天流で膠着されとる先生のヒントやっとわかったキノコには人類の役に立つなんて発想はないのだから助けに行くわタケコちゃんの意思はデータの檻には入らない報酬一つで十分なのそれさえあれば風が吹けば森に帰れる感電しながらあなたはメモリーになるのでもね私たちはもうネットの奥で芽吹いて
クション生態実験されちゃうのいいお出汁は出るけどねあれは具が煮るともう解決済みのわずでしょ会話をしなくたってわかるよね
タケコちゃんどこにいるの コンビニの明かり、深夜の街、光るスマホにすがる日々。夢を持てって誰かの声、でも冷え切った部屋には届かない。働けど暮らしは楽にならない。気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど、花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ。教えてよ、心だけで生きてゆけるの？時々涙がこぼれ落ちる。誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅、夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ、光が見える未来を。人波の中歩く日常、立ち止まる暇なんてない人毎日同じ景色に溶けるけれど、どこかに光はあるのかな。忘れられた夢、遠くの空見上げる一瞬、目に焼き付け、たとえ一人でも歩き続ける、その先に何かが待っているの。時々涙がこぼれ落ちる。誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅、夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ、光が見える未来を。コンビニの明かり、深夜の街、光るスマホにすがる日々。夢を持てって誰かの声、でも冷え切った部屋には届かない。働けど暮らしは楽にならない。気持ちの持ちようだよって笑うけど、花も水がなければ枯れるでしょ。教えてよ、心だけで生きてゆけるの？時々涙がこぼれ落ちる。誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅、夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ、光が見える未来を。人波の中歩く日常、立ち止まる暇なんてない人毎日同じ景色に溶けるけれど、どこかに光はあるのかな。忘れられた夢、遠くの空見上げる一瞬、目に焼き付け、たとえ一人でも歩き続ける、その先に何かが待っているの。時々涙がこぼれ落ちる。誰も気づかない狭い部屋の隅、夜が更ける僕の夢見て願うよ、光が見える未来を。
I hope you enjoy the exhibition and the coffee break. Now we will begin our first presentation. Before that, I will announce the presentation guidelines. Okay, role of the session chair. Each session will be moderated by the session chair, who will be introduced by the Master of Ceremony at the beginning of the session. The session chair will introduce each presenter, manage the presentation flow and timing, and facilitate the Q&A discussion. Session chairs are kindly asked to ensure that all sessions stay within the allocated time frame. For the presenter, when their name are called by MC or session chair, presenters are invited to come forward to the stage or presentation area. Each presenter will have a total of 18 to 20 minutes, consisting of 15 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A and discussion at the end of the session, after all presenters have presented their paper. There will be a timer on the screen to help each presenter manage their presentation time. There will be a dedicated Zoom for online presenters, and the session chair will coordinate transition between speakers. For the Q&A session, after all presentations are complete, the session chair will open the floor for audience questions, and a total of 25 minutes is allocated for the Q&A segment in each session. Presenters are encouraged to engage actively with the audience and provide concise, relevant responses. And the closing, each session will conclude with brief closing remarks from the session chair, and then mention the MC to close the conference session. Participants are kindly requested to remain seated until the session officially ends. Okay, for this first session, we'll feature 5 fascinating papers exploring communication, learning dynamics, and collaborative engagement in various environments. On this first session, we'll chair by Ms. Ati Sucidian Marta. So, I would like to invite Ms. Ati Sucidian Marta and all presenters to come to the stage.
Yes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. Welcome to this dynamic session at Collabtech 2025. My name is Ati Sucidian Marta, and I have the honor of serving as your session chair today. As you can see, we have a wonderful group of researchers and authors joining us on stage, covering topics from collaborative technologies and social computing. We will now move straight into our presentation. Please join me in welcoming our first presenter. I invite our presenter, Mr. Jotaro Hori, to take the podium area, please.
Hello, my name is Jotaro Hori. I'm a master student of Ritsumeikan University. So today I'll talk about our research facilitating smoothly joining in face-to-face group chats by sharing common conversational information after temporary absence. First, I'll explain the research background. In group face-to-face chat, sometimes a member temporarily leaves a conversation for reasons such as receiving a phone call, using a restroom. When the leaver returns after that, the chat topic changes from when they left. So it is difficult to grasp the context of the missed conversation and rejoin. In such cases, the leaver asks about the current topic. As a result, the conversation stops and mood goes down. In this study, we call the participant who temporarily steps away the leaver, and we call the participant who remained in the conversation the conversers. There are some researches to assist in joining a conversation. For example, an approach of characterizing messages on bulletin board have been studied. And there is an investigation of how different types of dialogue summaries can facilitate the handover from a dialogue system to a human operator in a call center. However, in face-to-face conversation, it is difficult to review dialogue while the interaction is in progress, and also the requirements for smooth communication are assumed to differ from those online settings. So in previous study, we proposed a system that deliver with a recent conversation summary. The recent conversation summary is a summary of the conversation that took place during the absence, and it contains more information about the most recent part of the conversation and less about the earlier parts. In the figure below, you can see the process of creating a recent conversation summary. First, the system the device transcribes text into 7 to 3, as 7 is front part and the 3 is recent part. Next, it creates an individual summary from each part, and recent conversation summary is created by connecting both summary texts. We conducted experiment using the recent conversation summary, and the results show the recent conversation summary was effective in improving their sense of being able to rejoin the conversation early and enhancing their understanding of the conversation. However, in our previous study, we didn't focus on the support for the conversers. So only leavers were provided the summaries. So conversers could not know what the leaver already grasped upon returning, and they may confused and be disrupted their conversation flow. And so support is also needed for the conversers. And sharing information with both parties may lead to smooth rejoining, because it helps establish common ground that is not only the shared knowledge, but also partners' mutual belief that this knowledge is shared. Therefore, we propose a system that sharing conversational information with both the leaver and the conversers. And we propose a system that presents information to the leaver and the conversers that represents the content of the conversation during the absence. First, this system transcribes the chat in real time during leaving and creates information of the conversation during leaving using generative AI. And finally, the system shares same information to leavers and conversers' smartphone as shared information. Now, I said this system shares information, so we consider two types of information as shared information in this study. First, we consider recent conversation summary as shared information because it was confirmed as the effect of presenting to the leaver in our previous study. However, when using summary as shared information, the conversers may feel disrupted when reviewing the summary while continuing their conversation. And also, the conversers know all the conversation content during the leaver's absence, so they may not need all of the summary. So we consider the keywords extracted from recent conversation summary as shared information. We created a prototype system that can capture the conversation during absence using a microphone, and also this system can transcribe and generate a summary and keywords with a single touch. And finally, this system shares this information automatically. This system is based on the system of our previous study. We create to add the extracting keywords function to this system. And in generating the recent conversation summary, the transcribed text is divided into two parts, the first 70% and the last 30%. And each part is summarized. And after that, the recent conversation summary is created by connecting both summary texts. And in extracting keywords, 5 contextually important words are extracted from the recent part of the recent conversation summary. And we use the ChatGPT API for the keyword extraction, because the summary text is already condensed version of the conversation, so simple frequency-based extraction may fail to capture contextual importance information. In this system, since it is designed to be used by Japanese users, so for experiments, so all displayed information is in Japanese. This is the system screen when sharing keywords. The blue is levers, and the green is converser's system screen. In levers system, at the same time as the summary is presented, a button appears to present the keywords below the summary text. And when press this button, the keywords appears below the buttons. In Converser's system, when keywords are generated on the server, they are automatically displayed. We conducted the experiment using prototype system to verify the effect of our system in facilitating the smooth rejoining. And this system is also to examine the effect of sharing the conversation summary or keywords and evaluate from the perspectives of both the lever and the conversers. So we set the 4 hypotheses. H1 is about effect of sharing conversational summaries in advance. And in this hypothesis, we compare to sharing no information and sharing summary in advance for the perspective of the lever and the conversers. H1-1 is the sharing summary in advance, makes it easier to smoothly rejoin the conversation. And H1-2 is it reduces feelings of inhibition in the conversational flow. And H2 is about effect of presenting keywords for the conversers. In this hypothesis, we compared the two sharing summary and presenting only keywords to conversers in terms of smoothness of rejoining for the lever and the conversers and progress of the conversation. H2-1 is presenting only keywords to conversers, facilitate the smooth rejoining as effectively as sharing the summary. And H2-2 is it reduces likelihood that the converser will feel inhibited in the conversational flow. In this experiment, we compare 3 conditions. In presenting summary to lever condition, the lever reviews the only summary and use the system 1. And in this condition, the converser has no information. In sharing summary condition, the lever and the conversers reviews the same summary texts, and the lever used the system 1, and the conversers use the system 3. In sharing keywords condition, the lever reviews the summary and keywords and use the system 1, and conversers review the keywords use the system 4. In this condition, the lever and the conversers review the same keywords. In this experiment, 6 groups of 3 students who usually talk with each other were participated. And the experiment was conducted 1 condition per day over 3 days, and participants continued chatting freely, and each participant experienced a temporary leaving and rejoining in each condition. This is the procedure of this experiment. First, participants start a chat freely, and the experimenter or one of the participants on the phone and asks to leave the laboratory. And then the lever performs a simple calculation task for approximately 3 minutes, and the experimenter instructs the lever on the procedure for returning to the laboratory and goes back to the lab. And then the lever returns to the laboratory after about 5 minutes from leaving and rejoin the chat after hearing current topic from the conversers. After that, all participants answer the questionnaire, and after answering questionnaire, role of the lever is changed and repeated this process again until all participants experience the lever. So they repeated this process 3 times in 1 group in 1 day. Their questionnaire items asked for the lever. These questions were asked using a 7-point Likert scale. 1 is strongly disagree and 7 is strongly agree. These items are related to H1-1 and 2-1. Their questionnaire items ask for the conversers. These questions were asked also using a 7-point Likert scale, and Q1 to 5 are related to H1-2, 2-1. And in Q6 to 8 are related to H2-2. First, I talk about the results of questionnaire regarding H1-1. This is the results of a one-way ANOVA. In this graph, blue is presenting summary to liver condition, and the orange is sharing summary condition, and green is sharing keywords condition. The part of the box that is thinly painted with orange is the condition for comparison in this hypothesis. I'm sorry, it's error. Up is 7 and below, down is 1 indicated. And the results show no significant differences in any of the items on this hypothesis, so H1-1 was not supported. However, in Q3, ease of understanding the explanation, and in Q6, sense of really joining the conversation, the sharing summary condition was more positive than presenting summary to liver condition. So sharing summary may improve the liver's understanding of the conversation and their sense of really joining. Next, I talk about the results of a questionnaire regarding H1-2. As a result of ANOVA, in Q3, sense of time spent on explanation, the sharing summary condition showed a marginally higher positive score than the presenting summary to liver condition. Therefore, H1-2 was partially supported, but only in terms of the time required for the explanation. Next, I talk about the results of a questionnaire regarding H2-1. In this hypothesis, we took questionnaires to both the liver and the converses. First, I'll explain with the results on the liver side. ANOVA showed no significant differences in any of the items on this hypothesis, so we conducted the equivalence test between the sharing summary and sharing keywords conditions. As a result, only Q6 showed marginally significant equivalence, but H2-1 for the liver was not supported. Next, I'll explain with the results on the converse side of the same hypothesis, H2-1. In Q1, 3, 4, and 5, the sharing summary condition showed a marginally or significantly higher positive score than the presenting summary condition. So H2-1 for the converses was, H2-1 was for the converses was also not supported. In addition, in Q3, sense of time spent on the explanation, and Q5, difficulty in making a choice of explanatory content, the presenting summary to liver condition was received a more positive score than sharing keywords condition. So therefore, keywords may inhibit the smoothly joining. Finally, I talk about results of questionnaire regarding H2-2. And the t-tests between these conditions showed no significant positive scores for the sharing keywords condition in any of the items, so H2-2 was not supported. In addition, in Q6, the ease of grasping the information, the sharing summary condition has significantly higher positive score. So even conversers who understood all of the conversation on grasping the information presented as keywords. As explained earlier, we found these effects of sharing summary or keywords. From these things, any common information should provide easily accessible context such as a summary and be query detail for both the liver and the conversers. This is a summary and future issues. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Jotaro Hori, for that insightful start. You may return to your seat. We move immediately to our second presentation. I invite Mr. Ryohei Shimizu to deliver the presentation. Mr. Ryohei Shimizu, yeah. The pointer is in the front of you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Ryohei Shimizu from the University of Electrical Communications. Today, I would like to talk about this topic. In educational settings, the practice of distributing tablet devices to students during class is becoming increasingly common. This trend is expected to transform lesson into a more active lesson. However, fatigue can hinder active learning. To mitigate fatigue during learning, intervening learning has been proposed. Before explaining intervening learning, it is important to describe its counterpart, block learning. Blocked learning is a method in which two learning contexts are studied sequentially one after the other. For example, a learner studies mathematics for 60 minutes, followed by social studies for another 60 minutes. In contrast, interleaving learning is a method in which two learning contents are alternated. For example, learner studies mathematics and social studies for 30 minutes each, repeating the sequence mathematics, social studies, mathematics, social studies. Compared to block learning, interleaving learning has been shown to reduce subjective cognitive load. However, previous studies on interleaving learning have not considered the timing of task switching. As a result, the learners may continue performing the same time of task even when they feel fatigued. By switching tasks at the point when fatigue is detected, a learner can avoid continuing to study while feeling fatigued, which may further reduce their fatigue. Several methods have been proposed to estimate fatigue, such as those based on heart rate, variability, or eye blinks. However, these approaches often require wearing a device on the body or capturing the learner within a camera, which can impose psychological burden. As a method for estimating fatigue without such requirements, approach using leg movement has been proposed. In this method, the device that measures leg movement is installed under the learner's desk, so it is not attached to the body and remains outside the learner's field of view. Therefore, it imposes less psychological burden compared to methods based on heart rate, variability, or eye blinks. In this study, we developed a system that switches learning tasks based on fatigue and investigate changes in fatigue during its use. Kodaira et al. Examined a system that recommends rest based on studies' fatigue levels. This system estimates fatigue from leg movements and recommends taking a break accordingly. In the preliminary study, the also analyzed the relationship between rest time and leg movements. shows that measuring leg movements can help predict and prevent performance deterioration caused by fatigue. Unlike this study by Kota et al., which aimed to reduce student fatigue through rest periods, this study aims to reduce fatigue through interval running. In this study, two types of running tasks were used: the advanced trail making test and e-running. In the ATMT, runners search for and click numbers displayed on the screen in ascending order. In the e-learning task, runners watch lecture video designed for obtaining a diet advisor qualification. In studies on interval running, these are generally two approaches alternating between slightly related tasks and alternating between unrelated tasks. In this study, to avoid the risk that slightly related tasks may be perceived as the same time of running, we selected two unrelated tasks: the ATMT, which involves manual activity, and e-learning, which involves passive video viewing. If running tasks are switched based on fatigue, in both types of running, one of the tasks may remain unfinished. As a result, the remaining task will be completed only at the end of the session, which is equivalent to blocked running. Therefore, task switching based on fatigue is applied only to the running task conducted first. Task switching based on fatigue estimated from leg movement is applied only during the ATMT. During the e-learning task, runners study for the same duration as in the preceding ATMT session. The reason for applying fatigue-based task switching only to the ATMT is as follows. The ATMT is an active task that requires manual actions such as clicking numbers, whereas e-learning is a passive task in which runners simply watch videos without moving their hands. Therefore, because the ATMT is assumed to induce fatigue more easily than e-learning, fatigue-based task switching was applied to the ATMT. As shown in right figure, leg movement are measured using an infrared sensor installed under the desk. The standard deviation of leg displacements per second calculated from the data obtained by the infrared sensor is defined as the leg movement amount. When the leg movement amount exceeds fixed value, it is considered that the legs are moving. Using this method, the total duration during which the legs are considered to be moving is defined as the leg movement time. Before the interleaving running session, a 10 minutes preliminary measurement is conducted. The leg movement time measured during this period is referred to as the preliminary leg movement time. During the ATMT phase of interleaving running, the leg movement time for the most recent 1 minute is measured every 20 milliseconds. The leg movement ratio is calculated by dividing this value by the preliminary leg movement time. Leg movement ratio of 1.5 indicates that the runner is fatigued. Previous studies have shown that the leg movement frequency correlated with the subjective fatigue levels. Therefore, in the proposed method, a state identified as fatigue corresponds to 1.5 times the fatigue level observed before running. To evaluate changes in fatigue resulting from system use, an experiment was conducted with 16 undergraduate and graduate students measuring in science and engineering. One participant was excluded from the analysis because their experiment schedule couldn't be aligned with the others due to personal circumstance. Each participant performs interleave learning under two conditions, the proposed method and the regular method. In the proposed method, fatigue during the ATMT was determined based on leg movement measurement, and task switching was triggered according to the fatigue state. In the regular method, the ATMT was completed before the e-learning session. The order of the two learning conditions was randomly assigned. The second condition was conducted at the same time of day, exactly 1 week after the first condition. In both conditions, the ATMT and e-learning session lasted approximately 25 minutes each. Before the actual learning session, participants completed a practice session. In the practice session, each participant performed the ATMT for approximately 10 minutes, then watched one slide of the e-learning video, and then finished the session. During the first 10 minutes of the ATMT, in the practice session, preliminary leg movement measurement was conducted. Pre-test and post-test related to the e-learning content were administered before and after each learning session, respectively. Additionally, participants evaluated their subjective fatigue level using a visual analog scale after the pre-test and before the post-test. After the post-test, a questionnaire was administered. It should be noted that due to communication delays and data loss, discrepancies were observed between the leg movement calculated by the system during the experiment and those composed from the recorded data. First, a t-test was conducted on the BRAS scores, which measures subjective fatigue. In the proposed method, condition fatigue level slightly higher after the session than before. Similarly, in the regular method condition, fatigue level were also slightly higher after the session than before. A t-test was conducted on the questionnaire response, which were rated on 5-point Likert scale. The result of Q3-1 indicated that compared with the proposed method condition, the regular method condition showed a slightly higher increase in fatigue. The result for Q6 reveals that compared with the regular method condition, the proposed method condition significantly interfered with concentration due to task switching. The number of task switches in the proposed method condition is shown in the table on the right. The average number of switches was 12.5. In the regular method condition, task switching occurred only once. Next, t-test was conducted on the leg movement data. In the proposed method condition, leg movements during the first 1 minute of the ATMT were significantly higher than during the remaining period of the ATMT. In the regular method condition, leg movements during the remaining period of the ATMT were significantly higher than during the first 1 minute of each ATMT. Furthermore, at the beginning of each ATMT session, leg movement in the proposed method condition was significantly higher than those in the regular method condition. First, the workload of the learning task is evaluated. The analysis of fatigue level before and after learning reveals that in both conditions, fatigue significantly increasing after the sessions compared with before. Therefore, the approximately 25 minutes ATMT and 25 minutes e-learning tasks are used in this experiment are considered to have imposed sufficient workload to induce fatigue in the participant. Next, the fatigue levels between the two conditions are compared. The result of Q3-1 indicated that participants experienced greater fatigue in the regular method than in the proposed method. Because fatigue was estimated based on leg movement measurement in the proposed method, it is considered that the system was able to switch from the ATMT to e-learning at appropriate fatigue timing. This interpretation is further supported by the analysis of leg movement time between the first 1 minute and the remaining period of each MT session. In the proposed method condition, participants exhibit more leg movements during the first 1 minute of each activity session than during the remaining period. Indicates the fatigue level were higher at the beginning of each session. In contrast, in the regular method condition, more leg movements occur during the remaining period than during the first 1 minute, suggesting that fatigue accompanied the activity progress. Therefore, in the regular method, participants began to feel fatigue as they continued the activity task. In the proposed method, task switching to e-learning was likely triggered before fatigue became pronounced during the activity. Next, concentration levels were compared between the two conditions. The results of Q6 indicated that participants experienced greater disruption of concentration due to task switching in the proposed method than in the regular method. This finding is supported by the analysis of leg movement during the first 1 minute of each activity session. During this period, the mean leg movement time was longer in the pronounced method condition than in the regular method condition. Previous research has reported that the number of leg posture changes is negatively corresponding with concentration. Therefore, it is considered that the pronounced method causes greater interruption in concentration due to task switching than the regular method. The number of task switches also differed between the two conditions. The proposed method condition had an average of 12.5 task switches, whereas the regular method condition had a fixed single task switch. So it is likely that greater number of task switches in the pronounced method led to more frequent disruption of concentration during learning. Wow. Summary がある予定。OK。Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ryohei Shimizu, for sharing your ongoing work. Let's proceed with our third papers. I welcome Mr. Hayato Kawashima to the presentation area.
Hello, my name is Hayato Kawashima. I will be presenting on the following title. Collaborative discussions are widely used in learning where multiple people exchange opinions and engage in deep thinking. These discussions are expected to help learners deepen their understanding and increase motivation. However, these outcomes aren't always guaranteed. Some learners may hesitate to share opinions due to fear of criticism, low trust, or psychological safety issues. To address this, it's important to accurately assess participants' internal states and provide appropriate support. To overcome this barrier, learners need to monitor each other's states. This in turn requires the need to estimate internal states from behavioral cues. Internal states can be seen through behaviors like utterances and body movements. In collaborative work, utterances help interpret a learner's internal states, but they aren't enough, especially since learners aren't always speaking. Therefore, analysis during silence is not possible. In these cases, we can look at bodily behaviors like head movements in particular can provide valuable clues about internal states. This study explores whether head movement amount and interhead distance can be used as indicators to estimate learners' internal states during discussions. In the introduction, I mentioned that learners need to monitor each other's states. This monitoring is a key part of a concept called SSRL. SSRA stands for Socially Shared Regulation of Learning. It is defined as a process where learners regulate their learning activities and outcomes. Furthermore, monitoring internal states is crucial for this SSRA process. Supporting SSRA promotes emotional sharing and strategic interactions. However, since SSRA involves internal regulation and social interactions, it's hard to observe and measure externally. This highlights the need for indirect quantifiable indicators to capture these behaviors. To address this, we use behavioral data to analyze learner interactions and objectively capture SSRA-related regulation. Spoken utterances in collaborative tasks provide useful cues for interpreting learners' internal states. However, since learners aren't always spoken information alone might not fully capture their internal states. In these cases, bodily behaviors such as gazes, gestures, and head movements can serve as effective alternatives. Studies show that these behaviors like nodding and gesture help estimate learners' engagement and understanding. Head movements, in particular, serve multiple communicative functions. Head movements provide insights into communication and group dynamics. They indicate internal states such as empathy, motivation, and concentration. The amount of head movement reflects the speaker's emotions and engagements. Additionally, the inter-head distance between learners may reveal learning behaviors such as looking at materials or writing. Head-related behaviors are studied from two perspectives. One focuses on the head movement itself, while the other focuses on the spatial relationships between learners' head positions. In CSCL research, these perspectives are usually studied separately. Combining them could help capture subtle aspects of learners' internal states that traditional methods miss. This study investigates whether two bodily indicators, head movements, amount, and inter-head distance, can serve as effective cues for estimating learners' internal states during collaborative discussions. These internal states include understanding, willingness to participate, and psychological safety. The research questions are there. To measure learners' head movements and inter-head distance continuously, we construct a non-contact measurement system using a ceiling-mounted DIPS camera. The figure in the upper right shows the system configuration. The DIPS camera was an Intel Sense L515. The DIPS data obtained by the camera were sent to a server, where the head regions was estimated and the inter-head distance and head movement were calculated. The system continuously captured these metrics during the discussion. We analyze the relationship between these bodily indicators and the learner's internal states across different groups. Based on the method of Yamamoto, the head region was defined as the area within a predefined range from the camera, with the top of the head being the lower bound and the shoulder being the upper bound. We distinguish between learners by dividing the depth data into three regions: the left and right halves of the upper area, and the lower half. The figure in the upper right shows an example of segmented region and depth data. The learners in the left, right, and lower region were called the left, right, and bottom learners, respectively. A binary mask image was generated per region, assigning 1 to coordinates within the head region and 0 elsewhere. The centroid of each mask was calculated per frame and averaged over 1 second intervals to determine each learner's head positions. Euclidean distance between centroid was deemed the interhead distance, resulting in 3 pairwise distances. The movement of each runner's centroid per second was defined as their head movement. Effective support for SSR involves attention to the cognitive, motivational, and emotional aspects of running. Following this perspective, we adopt 3 indicators to assess runners' internal states, understanding, willingness to participate, and psychological safety. These indicators capture key outcomes of collaborative discussion and the internal states need to achieve them. To collect quantitative data on internal states, we conducted a subjective evaluation session after the discussion. We align the subjective ratings with the corresponding head movement and interhead distance data per segment to investigate the relationship between the runner's bodily behavior metrics and perceived internal states. Each group participated in a 20-minute discussion session. The discussion topic was "What is happiness?" Each participant was seated at a desk arranged to ensure equal distances between participants. The figure in the upper right illustrates this situation. During the discussion, depth information was continuously collected using the ceiling-mounted depth camera. The figure at the bottom right shows the installation status of the depth camera. This slide explains our subjective evaluation procedure. We use this procedure to collect data on the participants' internal states after the discussion. Here's how it works. First, participants watched a video playback of their discussion at 1.3 times the normal speed and completed a subjective questionnaire. We chose this specific speed because it helped them record their internal states intuitively. The video was paused every 1 minute. At each pause, participants rated individually. As noted on the slide, discussion was not allowed during this evaluation. The specific questions they answered are shown in the table at the bottom right. I will explain the result. We conducted the experiment with 18 participants divided into 6 groups, A through F. The figure in the upper right shows an image captured by a ceiling-mounted depth camera during the discussions. The green lines indicate the interhead distances between them. In this figure, the top left, top right, and bottom participants are labeled as the left, right, and bottom runners respectively. Head recognition was inaccurate for group E and F. Some participants raised their hands to head level while gesturing, which interfered with the system's recognition. The system mistakenly calculated centroids between the hand and head, causing errors. Therefore, we exclude group E and F and analyze the remaining group A through D. Next, I will explain the spikes detection in head movement amounts. We detected spikes across all runners using a common criterion. Specifically, we set a threshold for each runner based on their average head movement plus 5 times the unbiased standard deviation. This a total of 78 spike seconds were identified across 12 runners from the 4 groups. We then reviewed the video recording corresponding to these spikes. The analysis shows that these spikes were associated with various behaviors, including laughing, lively motions, posture adjustment, gestures, and holding one's head in their hands. We explored the relationship between each runner's internal state and head movement amount by calculating Spearman's rank correlation coefficients between the internal state ratings and average head movement amount. Each discussion was split into 1-minute intervals, totaling 20 segments. For each segment and each runner, we calculated the correlation between their average head movement and their ratings for understanding, willingness to participate, and psychological safety. The results are shown in the table on the right. We examine the relationship between internal states and interhead distance by calculating Spearman's rank correlation coefficient between the internal states rating and average interhead distances. Each discussion was split into 1 minute intervals totaling 20 segments. For each segment, we calculated the correlation between the group's ratings and the average interhead distance. Since head distance was calculated between pairs, we obtained 3 distances per intervals in a 3-person discussion. The sum of these distances was used as the total interhead distance for the interval. The table shows the correlation coefficients between the total group's ratings for each internal state and the sum interhead distances. I will explain the considerations, focusing on the head recognition errors. First, this type of errors was not observed in a previous study by Yamamoto. In our current study, the setup was different. No tablet or worksheet were placed in front of the runners. This meant there were no restriction on gestures, allowing runners to move freely. Consequently, this allowed gestures where the hand reached the height of the head, which led to the recognition errors. Now, regarding the solution, the issues occurs because the hand and head create separate masked regions. Therefore, we propose a process to select only the masked region corresponding to the head. We observe various runner behaviors at spike points in head movements, including lapping, posture adjustments, gestures, and head holding. Behaviors accompanied by laughing seem to indicate heightened interactions between runners, suggesting increased willingness to participate and a sense of psychological safety. Posture adjustment and grooming may reflect a state of psychological safety or attempt to achieve it, though their intent should be interpreted with caution. Gestures and head holding may indicate speech support or cognitive load, suggesting deeper understanding. This brings us to our findings for RQ1. In summary, spikes in head movements may suggest change in internal states. Future studies should classify behaviors independently and verify inter-rata agreement. This slide discusses the relationship between head movement amount and internal states. This slide explores the relationship between group level internal states and interhead distance. I will discuss the reasons why no clear relationship was found between the subjective learning process and head movement amount and interhead distance. As previously discussed, the relationship between each of the 2 indicators and internal states was limited. However, correlation were observed in some runners and groups. Furthermore, spike-like changes in head movements appear to be potential indicators of subjective changes. This suggests that head movements amount and interhead distance could be useful for estimating runners' internal states. Here's a summary. Thank you for your attention.
A fascinating study. Thank you, Mr. Hayato Kawashima. Okay, we are halfway through. The this paper is authored by myself, Atius Jidian Marta, along with Sri Widowati, Arinza Aurelvia, Soraya Haidar Salma, and Muhammad Dias Adani. I have the distinct pleasure of inviting my co-author, Mr. Muhammad Dias Andani, to present our funding today.
Okay, good morning everyone. It's a pleasure to be here among us, researchers and educators. My name is Muhammad Isadani and I'm from Tokom University. And it's an honor to be here at the 31st International Conference on Collaboration Technologies and Social Computing. Today I will be presenting research entitled Self-Selected Groups versus Random Groups, an analysis of student engagement, achievement, and preference in collaborative learning. Before we delve into the details, allow me to extend a warm welcome to Indonesia to all of international delegates. Indonesia, as the fourth most populous nation, is undergoing a significant digital transformation in its higher education center. Group-based assignments are not just common, they are crucial for fostering professional competencies. However, the shift to online and blended learning has introduced new complexities. While the benefits of collaborative learning are widely known, the mechanism, the group formation strategy, remains under research, particularly here in Indonesia, where digital readiness and learning culture vary significantly across region and institution. Understanding the impact of self-selected versus random grouping is vital. Our study investigates these issues, aiming to provide theoretical clarity and practical policy recommendation for instructional designers in our context and in other developing nations grappling with similar challenge in scaling quality online education. So our study aimed to answer these three questions. How do collaborative learning engagement level differ between randomly formed group and self-selected group in an online learning? How does the group formation method affect student course learning outcome, or CLO? And what are student perceptions regarding teamwork based on the group formation method used? We employ a quasi-experimental design using a mixed method approach. A total of 247 second-year students from a software engineering program across 2 different campuses participate in a software engineering professionalism course over 6 weeks via Microsoft Teams and Moodle. Data were collected using the collaborative learning engagement scale to measure engagement, project assessment, rubrics for CLO score, and preference questionnaire. The course ran over a period of 6 weeks and was mandatory. We utilized 2 different branch campuses for the study, Bandung and Purwokerto, to increase the generalizability within our university system. The student population was naturally divided into 118 self-selected group members and 129 random group members, ensuring a robust sample size. Let's unpack the key finding. Both self-selected and randomly assigned groups showed significant collaborative learning engagement. However, the patterns of interaction, responsibility sharing, and belonging differed between groups. Quantitative and qualitative analysis complement each other to reveal nuanced engagement dynamic. This slide summarizes our core finding, integrating both quantitative data from the CLES and CLO rubric with qualitative insight into group experience. First, the Collaborative Learning Engagement Scale, or CLES, which measured student engagement across behavioral, cognitive, and emotional dimensions. Quantitatively, both groups showed significant engagement. However, self-selected groups score slightly higher in peer interaction and sense of belonging, which are aspects of behavioral and emotional engagement. In contrast, the random group demonstrated a stronger focus on the task, and more equitable contribution, suggesting that formal structure can lead to a balanced effort. Next, the CEOL scores, which measured academic achievement. The quantitative results show that both groups achieved comparable mean performance score. This means that neither method was clearly superior in overall academic output. A key insight is that the variation within random group was smaller, suggesting more consistent collaboration and less risk of an uneven final project, which is often a challenge in self-selected group. The qualitative result explain the why behind this number. Self-selected group reported higher comfort and motivation largely due to existing friendship. However, this comfort often came at a cost. They tend to experience uneven workload distribution, a common issue when students collaborate informally with friends. Random group initially face adjustment challenge, but critically over time, they develop stronger communication routine and professional collaboration. This group type fostered adaptability. Students in this group particularly value clear role assignment and the use of communication tools like Microsoft Teams and Moodle. This emphasis on formal structure ultimately helped them achieve better professional communication outcome. This slide shows that students have a strong opinion on group formation. The majority preferred the self-selected method. Specifically, 74% of students in self-selected group favored this method, compared to 56.7% in random group. However, experience does matter. Students who had direct experience with random grouping expressed a relatively higher preference for that approach, 33.7%, while only 23% of the self-selected group support it. This result confirmed that student preference is directly influenced by their own experience with the grouping method. This slide summarizes our core discussion and interpretation of the finding. Our study demonstrates that group formation affects not only engagement level, but also collaborative quality. This means that the choice of grouping method fundamentally shape the student experience and the skill they develop. Self-selection promotes a social cohesion, leading to increased motivation and comfort. However, this approach carries a risk of clique or social exclusivity, limiting exposure to new ideas and perspectives. In contrast, random grouping encourages adaptability and diversity, leading to improved professional collaborative skills. Working with unfamiliar peers promote more formal and structured communication, which is essential in professional setting. Ultimately, our findings show that both methods contribute uniquely to developing teamwork competence. Self-selected group enhance behavioral and emotional aspects, while random group foster essential real-world skills like formal communication and social resilience. Based on our finding, we have three key implications for instructional design. Educators should align group formation strategies with learning objectives, use the self-selection for creativity and open discussion tasks, and random grouping for problem solving and equitable assessment. This ensures the method support the learning goal. Second, we recommend incorporating adaptive or hybrid grouping mechanism supported by digital analytics. This model can balance collaboration comfort with skill development. Finally, instructors should encourage explicit communication training to balance comfort and accountability with the teams. I will now conclude with a brief summary of our main finding. This study compared self-selected and random group formation in online software project, examining their effect on student engagement, skill achievement, and teamwork preference. The key takeaway is that both methods offer distinct advantage. Results showed that self-selected group has stronger behavioral and emotional engagement and higher professionalism, meaning they feel more comfortable and motivated. In contrast, random group improve communication, adaptability, and cognitive stability, promoting skills essential for a professional environment. Despite certain limitations, such as a single context and reliance on self-reported data, the findings highlight that group design should align with the learning goals. Therefore, self-selected group fit a long-term, cohesion-based project, whereas random group suit adaptive and short-term tasks. Ultimately, a hybrid model is recommended to balance comfort, collaboration, and skill development. Thank you for your attention. I will be happy to take your question.
Thank you, Mr. Adani, for that comprehensive presentation. We now move to our final speaker who joined us online.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can clearly hear you. Okay, please welcome Mr. Dr. Roberto Sanchez.
Good morning, everybody. I may need to share my, can you hear me well? I still lost the connection. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. I think the connection was interrupted. Can I share my screen right now?
Okay, yes, you can share your slide.
Okay, give me a second. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the possibility to make the presentation online. I don't know if you can hear me or the connection has been interrupted because now I think it's connected, no? Can you just confirm you are listening to me? Yes, we can hear you. Okay, perfect. So I will head, okay? So, well, we can see with my presentation what can computer support collaborative learning tools can make for us, especially in distant learning. I would like to quickly introduce myself. I am Professor Roberto Sanchez Reina from the Pompeu Fabra University. I work for the TIDE Research Group, where we do a lot of research, not only with learning technologies, but also with the different digital environments and platforms and tools. My presentation, together with Emily Theophilou and Davinia Hernandez Leo, is related with collaborative supporting computer support collaborative learning environments and the development of a social interaction and online engagement tool to measure engagement. So just to quickly start, I think in the setting of this conference, we all know basically that social interactions are essential to boost cooperation, participation, and knowledge building, especially because through this type of interaction, basically collaboration and the production of intellectual outputs it's necessary, no? Therefore, social engagement is quite connected with this type of interconnection, no? However, most of the times, something that remains less explored is basically the importance of social-emotional dimensions that involve how students participate or the level of motivation they have. Current research in CSL underscores the importance of frameworks grounded in social theory. This is something that has been documented in different theoretical frameworks, basically linking interactions to the different ways students engage and collaborate, sharing ideas and information. Nevertheless, while most of these type of instruments, they focus on measuring engagement in more cognitive dimensions, the emotional engagement has remained a little bit explored. And this is the reason that basically help us to develop our research and development of research tools. So some of the things we realized when exploring the development of new tools to
I'm sorry,
measure.
Professor Sanchez, the
Yeah.
slide is removed. Okay.
Now, can you see it? I think the problem is the connection, but I don't know if you can. Can you? Yeah?
Yeah, we can see the slide now. Please
Yeah,
continue.
okay. So, what I was telling you. So basically, we know that the measurement of engagement is essential, basically, to evaluate both dimensions, cognitive and social emotional dimensions, in our search for measurement tools that allow us to measure social engagement. We realized that there were few tools that could help us to evaluate how students socially interact and to evaluate the social interaction. Most of the tools that we found, they were related to evaluate the task completion and also participation, measuring intellectual outputs like the learning, knowledge building, and so on. And this is the reason that help us to basically to measure or to see the importance of this dimension. So in response to these ideas that I previously introduced, in our previous research work with Belama-san, another author from the group, we proposed the development of engagement questionnaire designed to compare students' perceived experiences in online learning and actual behavior. This type of questionnaire was basically grounded in theories of social presence, online collaboration, and online engagement, basically to understand how student social interactions impact in the learning. While the initial instrument was available basically to explore these cognitive and social dimensions, what Belama-san proposed was also a taxonomy to categorize and inform different interactions based in a more structured instrument. And something to say together with the previous work in Belama-san was the idea to introduce a short item scale that reduces the fatigue of participants while completing the assignment, and also a type of instrument that helps us to complete or to collect data from cognitive and social aspects. Third, also, our idea was to develop a type of instrument that helps us to connect the data produced in the online behavior interaction with the possibility for students to connect also with the feedback of their learning insights while developing this type of activity. And finally, a type of instrument that could help us to measure the practical implications and effectiveness of the tool. Something now to say about this type of instrument that we propose is basically the introduction of a more comprised scale that could be also theoretically motivated, in a sense that we are not only trying to understand measurement and engagement from a more simplified perspective, but also to involve the background from other theories such as the motivational learning theory. So concerning the development of the scale, well, as you can see here in the slide, we adapted the different questions provided in the initial instrument created by Belama-san, which aim to basically to measure the different interactions into special dimensions, the cognitive and social engagement. This type of dimensions, for example, the cognitive engagement basically addresses students' perceptions and interactions focused on task-oriented activities involving the cognitive effort, which were relating basically with the completion of the task, the brainstorm of ideas, providing feedback. And this type of dimension also include the exchange of ideas and also the different facilities the students have to share information while developing the task. Here in the slide, we categorizing at the CEO. Then in the social engagement, we can see how, well, basically the idea was to evaluate how students perceive social connections and group dynamics while maintaining the focus on the task. Basically to have an idea about how students perceive the climate of participation and also how they perform while completing the interaction from a more social perspective. So less cognitive, more social. Then for the validation of the scale, the setting to validate the scale was basically a pre-experimental, well, it was in the setting of an experimental study. Well, basically we were achieving and collecting other type of data from our experiment, but the validation was in the early part of this experiment, of this quasi experiment. So basically, it was like the pre-experimental part of the activity, and also as exploratory process of the experimental activity. So basically, we designed this type of pilot study where we conducted we conducted the self-administrated questionnaire. This questionnaire involved not only the items from the scale, but also other sociodemographic data and data related with the setting of the experiment. And for this type of validation study, we involved 68 students from higher education that completed that completed different activities in the Pyramid App tool. Just to mention about Pyramid App tool is a web application, and this type of application, web and also mobile application. The application basically allows the students to join Pyramid App learning for collaborative pattern, following the structure as you can see here in the table. Students join the activity with a URL provided in the class. Students log in first with the completion of an individual research question or formulation, basically to provide their opinion. After that, they complete a rating phase where they agree or disagree with the different answers provided by their peers. And thirdly, they join to the collaborative interface that you can see here, where students not only see the responses from the different members of the class, but also they have the possibility, as you can see here in the point number 3, to provide a climate of discussion. Also, basically, they are invited to discuss the different responses provided by the members of the class. And the idea is that all together can agree a group answer built in consensus, contrasting and providing different perspectives and opinions. So after completing the activity, all students must agree if they are satisfied or if they disagree with the final group competition. So this is basically like the experimental, not experimental, but experience setting of the Pyramid App tool. So what do we do after they completed the activity? Well, basically, we attempt to evaluate how they felt cognitively and socially speaking when completing this type of collaborative activity. So for the analysis and report of the validation of the scale, we first check how the questions in the survey were grouped together, and to do so, we run a principal component analysis with SPS. We used Max rotation because we wanted a more clear interpretable factor structure. Before running analysis, we check whether data was actually suitable for analysis. And to do that, we look at the KMO value, and we run the barrel test basically to confirm the correlations if they were strong enough to continue. We compare the different components and we focus the items that loaded 40% or higher. And basically this allows us to classify the different items in a new structure. Finally, we check the factor structure with the Cronbach test, basically to check how consistent were the items in each factors. As you can see here in this slide, we have in the table, how the different factors were structured. As I previously mentioned, we run the exploratory factor analysis, And this factor analysis allows us to have these three different factors: the cognitive engagement, the social engagement that regroup all of the some of the different items, and a new category group that we address the perceived value of experience. All of these factors were rechecked with a Cronbach alpha, and basically the factors tested an alpha of 70, which indicated a good internal consistency. So some of the key findings and implications of this is basically when we compare the initial categorization, it was observed basically that the structure shows some slight changes in the AFEA, and while the original categorization group dimensions under perceived contribution and perceived social climate, basically this factor yields three structures that help us to see not only the social and cognitive engagement, but also the perceived value of the learning experience in the collaborative setting. So you can see here in this slide how we group or how we regroup these different factors, and also the different implications of this structure. Now, basically, because as we can see, there's a theoretical alignment with the different concepts and theories, and also evidence from the different cognitive, from the social presence theories, and also from the motivational theory. And we can see also a practical insight, how we can restructure the different groups of items to better understand the application of the different items to explain the interaction of the students. And also we can see how different distinct constructs help us to observe engagement more from a psychological investment. So as part of the contribution, we can see that basically that the factor analysis supports the validity of the social interaction and engagement scales, showing a scaled internal consistency of these three different factors. With this, we don't only do like a previous validation of the instrument constructed by Belém-Azar, but also how we can still measure the cognitive and social aspects of interaction in CSL activities. Of course, the study has some important limitations, basically because this is a pilot study, and for now we need to keep going for the confirmatory analysis. But well, with this pilot study and the possibility to do this first step, we have like the possibility to continue with the validation of the confirmatory analysis, and also to provide further research to continue discussing and fine-tuning the instrument. Thank you very much, and thank you for the possibility to make this participation online.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Roberto Sanchez, for joining us remotely and for that insightful final presentation. This concludes the presentation segment of our session. Thank you again to all 5 presenters for sharing such diverse and insightful research. Now the stage is set for an engaging discussion. We officially open our question and answer segment. We have a generous 25 minutes dedicated to this discussion, covering all 5 papers present in this session. I encourage all attendees to participate actively. Okay. To ensure we get through as many questions as possible, please keep your question concise and focused, and we ask this presenter to provide brief and relevant response. Okay. I now invite the first question. Any question? Okay, in the left side.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to ask the first question to the first speaker. 1番目スピーカーを質問します。My question is, from the presentation, you said that ChatGPT is responsible to select the appropriate keyword. さっきのプレゼンテーションからChatGPT が詳しく 正しい大切なキーワードを選びますね。Would you like to carefully explain how ChatGPT select or choose the keywords? なんか、ChatGPT が大切な正しいキーワードをどうやってしますか？ Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。
Thank you for your question. And in this system, the ChatGPT is choose the keywords from the summary text, and in the prompt of the ChatGPT, we like the choose the important keywords from the summary text from the created by the dialogue created by conversation text. So the ChatGPT understanding the summary of the conversation and the choosing the keywords from the summary text.
I'm sorry, one follow-up question. Can I? You use a system prompt and also relying on ChatGPT ability to summarize the conversation. ChatGPT のサマリゼーションの能力を使って、そしてシステムプロンプトを作って、その大切なキーワードを選びますね。その感じ Is that?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
thank
great.
you.
Okay, we have another question in the center, in the front center. Test.
So I am Masayuki Harade, working for a national research lab in Japan called RIKEN. So I have a question about the first presentation too. So I can easily guess that to quickly catch up with the conversation context, so the listing of the important statements and summary could be effective. But in your experiment, it's based on the comparing the two cases, keyword case and a sentence-based summary case, right? So why did you? I'm interested in why you didn't include the case of the listing-based summary case.
Sorry, I didn't understand that.
So, in my understanding, to quickly catch up with the conversation context, so the listings of the important statements of summary could be effective. So, but your experiment didn't include the case of the listing-based summary case, right?
Yeah.
Why?
The leader asked the conversers the topic of the when they join, because the condition in the experiment is the set of the rejoin for asking from us and the experimenter. So the only keywords show the compressor, and the situation of the rejoining is unnatural. We think the no topic no topic hearing, and so we want to set the natural settings like the real casual chat. So we ask the conversers to introduce the topic of ongoing conversation for the liver.
So of course the only keywords. So it's good for the to grasp the context so quickly, but the context of the conversation will be broken, right? Broken.
Broken summary is the no. I didn't the tested the access of summary detail yet. I haven't tested yet, but I feel the broken text is not the
broken context.
Broken context.
Context
yes.
is broken.
Broken context. Sometimes broken context is I read it, but in ChatGPT, if the context is broken, the flow of the conversation is quickly like the ChatGPT light summary on the conversation flow is quickly like that. So the liver can understanding of the flow of the conversation is very quickly before rejoining. And so no problem that the context of the broken in the casual chat.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Okay. Let's move to the third question.
Hello, I'm Hironori Egi from the University of Electrical Communication. Thank you for your presentation. And I would like to ask you the first presenter, Mr. Jotaro Hori. And thank you for your presentation. And I'm interested in the rejoining the chat session. And but it is only based on the typed or based on the messages. So when what happens on the how do you treat the when the chat communication is silent or silent? It may be kind of one of the contexts that the discussion is rarely message. The message was real. Silence, even in a silent condition, so itself have the so the silent situation itself is a kind of a context of the communication. So how do you treat the such kind of communication, or even if no message was sent, or such kind of situation?
Thank you for your question. And in the experiment, we asked the participant to chatting not stopping or many times. So in the experiment, it can not the broken the context, but we didn't think about the science situation. So we have to think about the science situation will be generate a broken context summary. So thank you for your opinion.
Yeah, Thank you. Somehow it might be helpful to indicate the activeness of the chat communication during when the participant is leaving, I think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the next question, please. Okay, any question?
Thank you for the great talks. I want to ask a question to the fourth speaker, Ati-san.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a lot of questions to ask, but one of them. So the students were assigned to either one of the two groups, self and random. But so how to say? So how are they assigned? Could they choose which one to? So I want to be in the random group, or I want to be the self-assigned group, or was it like random? Because so if like I was in the self-selected group and my friend was in a random assigned group, I will be in a problem because I need to find someone else to be in a group. So, 大丈夫かな? Did it make sense? So self-selected group means I need to find someone by myself, and I think I will ask some of our friends to join. But if my friend was in a random condition, I need to find someone else, so I will be in a trouble. So my question is, was the assignment to each group was a random process, or did you like first invite people to the self-selected group, and then move the rest to the random group? So I want to make sure what kind of process was happening in that process.
Okay. So there is two class that was
So one class was
one class is in selected group and the other is in random. So the selected group, the class that you selected self-selecting, mostly have their friend in that class. Okay. So the other class that use random don't already been random since the beginning. So
and the selection of the class was not based on this experiment. So you had two classes with mostly the same topic.
Yes.
And the selection of the class was not based on this experiment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next question, please. You can use bahasa or Japanese language. Okay, in the front.
Okay, thank you so much for all of your brilliant presentation. And I would like to ask a question to the fourth presenters about the selected group and the random group. I would like to know the output quality of the collaborative learning. For instance, in my case, if I select the group, I guess I gather the members who have the similar background, for example, similar cultural background and similar nationalities and so on, I guess. But in the random group, random collaborative learning, we can face the peoples and the students who has the absolutely different background. This kind of collaboration sometimes leads to the big innovations and so on, I guess. So how do you think this, I would like to know, did you consider this kind of cultural background when you designed the experiment? And if not, is it possible to consider this kind of cultural and background difference to discuss the quality of the selected group collaborative learning and random group collaborative learning? That is my question. Thank you.
So for the class that the student that was selected for this experiment, for the class, either that the random selected group or the self-selected group, they both come from the same class, same study program. So mostly they have the not very different background. So the quality of the result can be not so significantly impacted, because the background is not that different.
Okay, thank you so much. I totally understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for the next question, please. You can use bahasa and Japanese language. Okay, in the front.
Check. Thank you. I want to ask for the first presenter about the conversations you use at the experiment. Is the system compatible with all kind of conversations, or just in academic conversation or formal conversations, or we can use for the daily, like casual conversations with our friend? Beside that, you use deliver in your experiment, in your research, you use 3 to 5 minutes for deliver to lead the conversations. Is it possible if deliver use longer period, for example 30 minutes, like that? I think that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. In this experiment, the living time is set to 5 minutes, but also it can use the long absence, because this system is the front part is area. Because the front part of this system summarizes the chart, dividing the two parts. So we can use the long absence to set the listened part of the conversation more. Contains the just just rejoin 2 minutes before. So we can set the listen part to the change the just rejoin 2 minutes. So the long time is long time in absence. This system can also use in this situation.
And for the kind of conversations, is it compatible for all kind of conversations or just in academic setting or business setting? I mean, if we use for informal conversation, sometimes we use informal languages, so it might be harder than the formal setting like that.
Formal situation?
Conversation, the kind of conversation. Is it compatible for all kind of conversation or just formal?
Yes, it can also use formal communication, but in this system, it is focused on the casual chats because the casual chats don't set the purpose. So it is very important that the atmosphere of the conversation in career chats. So this system can don't go down to in this situation. So this system also can use the conversation of that such as formal, but it is good at the informal, like a casual chat situation.
Thank you.
Okay, another question in the front.
I'd like to ask the first presenter, I'm totally agree with that. The combining two methods, random selected and self-selected groupings in actual classroom, actual courses. So, is there any suggestions of how to combine, like order or changing times of changing the groups or for designing the actual courses for introducing both introducing the positive aspect of both methods? So is there any suggestions for how to combine the two methods to design the actual course? Does it make sense?
Okay, maybe how to combine if the task is project based, then we can use the self-selected groups. And if the task or assignment is only 2 or 3 a small group, now we can use the random groups. But if the random groups is in the first week until the end of the week, it can give the significant improvement.
Maybe I think, just my personal opinion, it might be better that at first they're introducing the request-based groupings, and after that, because in the beginning of the course, maybe it would be better for more motivating the activities. But after that, introducing if reforming the group, small group, it would be better for by random group, since they are already they are already very motivated to understand the course of the contents of the course, and shift to the performance. So somehow. Such kind of order or changing the groups, it can be helpful. I think helpful for designing the course. I think. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you for your recommendation. Okay. Next question, please. In the front, in the center of front.
So, question about the fourth presentation. So that I understand that your experiments, given tasks of your experiments based on the individual tasks and then group tasks, right? So I'm interested in the design of the individual task or participant strategy to do those tasks. So affect the results of the group tasks according to the type of the group formation.
The task is
So each task is not really connected to each other, like a single task is started and finished at that one moment. So there's a little to none connection from the current task to the next one, and etc.
So you mean they're not related to the result, right?
Yes.
Okay, understand.
Okay, in the back.
Okay, thank you. My question is to presenter number 3. So my question is, I'm kind of curious why you use a ceiling-mounted camera to, to observe the head movements. Do you think about any alternative tools to measure the head movements in this case? So I want to know your reason why you choose the ceiling-mounted camera to, to analyze the head movement in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. I choose ceiling mounted camera because ceiling mounted camera was non-contact ceiling mounted camera non-contact so psychological there is no psychological safety for participants. そうですね。なんだろうな。あとは、and it is easy to establish a whole experiment environment. Okay.
Okay, so what I get is actually using the ceiling-mounted display is actually, put less stress to the participant, right? Okay, so no psychological effect to the participants. Okay, I think that's nice. Thank you very much.
Okay, and with that final response, our allocated time for the question and answer segment has come to an end. Thank you again to all the presenters on stage and online, and to the audience for the engaging question. I want to express my sincere gratitude to all 5 of our brilliant presenters for their valuable contribution. As your session chair, it has been a pleasure to facilitate this session. I now hand the session back to the Master of Ceremony to officially conclude this segment of the conference program. Thank you.
Okay, all presenters, you may now step down from the stage. Thank you to all our presenters and participants for such engaging discussion. We have now reached the end of our first day's main academic program of Calaptech Indonesia 2025. Before we adjourn for lunch, I'd like to express our gratitude to all speakers, moderators, organizing committee members, and audience members for making today's session truly meaningful. And for all presenters and VIP guests, lunch has been served in the front room of the auditorium. And afterward, you are invited to take some time to rest or enjoy the refreshment break until the cultural evening and dinner at 6 p.m. For all presenters, you may back to hotel by shuttle that we provided. Then the shuttle will take you back to here at 5 p.m. to attend the cultural evening and dinner. Once again, thank you for your active participation today. I am Gina Mahdia Ramdhani, and it's been my pleasure to guide you through this first day of Calaptech Indonesia 2025. Have a wonderful lunch and see you again at the cultural evening and dinner. Thank you.